Hello again, how are you? So we are again back live with, okay, so just gonna check in Slack. Oh. Okay, so we just started and we already have one question by Alexander. So let's read the question for 1 second. Okay, so Alexander, yeah, definitely the expected behavior is to update the database. Okay, and then obviously you will update the UI as well. In terms of performance, you don't need to worry. This is perfectly normal. Okay, and the database needs to be updated because otherwise it will can have problems. Okay, so actually there's something interesting here is think that you have because you are thinking about two different things, right? One is updating the UI, and the other one is updating the database. Okay. So as I said, in terms of performance, yeah, if you click 2 or 3 times the button, then that's what it is. Okay. Obviously, the behavior might not be perfect. Maybe you will want to have a text box or edit text to say how many items have been sold, so you don't need to click 3 times. You just click once. But for the purpose of the assignment, that's perfectly okay, and that's not a problem. But something I wanted to mention about the database is, so the way you have set up is you have the database, the content provider, you have your activity, and your activity, something that you have is a loader, okay, a cursor loader, and you have the cursor loader callbacks that you are implementing. Okay, so something nice about the cursor loader is that the cursor loader can listen to changes in the database. Okay, and this is not, I mean, completely necessary to implement, but it's very simple, very easy to do. So the idea is that okay, I have my screen and I have my details there, and I know that there's 8 items for this product. Okay, the quantity is, let's say, 8. And I don't close the app. I get into the app a few minutes later, and the app is gonna still have 5. Okay. In this scenario, we only have a local database in our device. There's nothing that is interacting with the database at the same time, right? But imagine that your database could be updated in different ways. So what happens if the database says is less items than the ones that you are displaying on the screen? Let me explain. Let's say you have only 1. The quantity is 1. Okay, and they say that something on the background, some of the threads, some service, consider the database could be in a different place or whatever, and someone has access to that same database. So the database can be updated from different devices, from different places, synchronized in the cloud, and all these kind of things. Okay. So now that someone clicks and saves the item, and then you have 0 items. Okay. But in your UI, it says you have 1. You click the button, and what is gonna happen? Because in your UI it says 1. Your app thinks that there's only one. And because of that, clicking the button should be okay. And updating the database could be okay as well, right? There may be some problems. Okay, so sometimes what you want is you want to query the DB and see that the data that you have is still being the same that there's on the DB, right? Because it could happen that your user interface, your UI, gets not the actual data because the data in the database has changed, right? So how does the user now? Okay, so then you will have to get your app to, from time to time, request again to the database to make sure that the data has not changed, right? But then how many times? How often? Well, that's a bit like crazy, right? How can you know? And also, if you do many times, probably most of the times that you're going to do that, it's going to be not necessary. So you are going to do a number of requests to the database from time to time to make sure that the data that you have in your UI matches the data that is on the database. And most of them are going to be unnecessary. So you are wasting battery, essentially, okay? Let's say, everything you do is take some battery. So if you do many times, you're wasting battery, and that's not good for your users, okay? So one thing that's very nice on the cursor loaders is that the cursor loaders can listen to the database. So if the database changes, the cursor loader gets notified, and then you can swap the cursor and update the list straight away. You don't need to request the data again. Instead of that, you get notified when the database changes. Okay. So something that you can do is click on the button, and then you don't need to modify the number in your user interface. Because you have a text view, when you say you have one item, the quantity is 1, and you update it to 0, right? But the thing is that you don't even need to do that, because if you set it up properly and you notify on the cursor loader on the content provider, and you set up properly, what will happen is that you're gonna change it on the database. That change is gonna trigger a change in the loader with a new cursor, with the new data, that is gonna change the UI automatically for you without having to do anything else, right? And not only that, but also if there were some other processes that may update your database that are not in that UI and are not related to that particular button, and that may run in the background or something, your UI will be automatically updated for you without needing to request and check if the data is up to date, okay? So I hope it makes sense, but, well, I know the answer was much wider than what you had actually asked. But yeah, definitely don't worry for that now. It's not a problem on performance at the moment. Okay, so let's see what Muir has asked. Hi, Lorenzo. Welcome again. Yeah, Alexander, if you set up properly, if you put your code in the right place and everything, yeah, that should happen like that. So you can check in the videos and in the Pets app. I can tell you where it is. If you go to the yeah, so you can find some line which is similar to this in the pet provider. Okay, so I'm just writing this for you on Slack. So that's one example. So in the pet provider, you will find a line of code that is written like this, and that is what notifies the cursor. So also, if you go to the main activity in the catalog activity, so you have, in the catalog activity, in unload finish, is the swap cursor. Okay. So so this is catalog activity. Okay. So that those are the bits that you need to put in place to get advantage of that capability that the cursor has to update the UI for you. Okay. So Vincenzo Masulo has joined as well. Hello, hi, welcome. Okay, going in order to the questions. Okay, so Mue is asking if the Android development, the Android nanodegree, the next level in the nanodegree will show or will teach how to reformat code. So there's no anything in particular there that is going to teach you that specifically. Getting the nice code is a lot of practice, and also in this case, in the nanodegree, what you got is the reviews. So if you have a good code reviewer, probably will tell you, well, this method should not be here, or this class maybe you should consider to move it here, or to this piece of code maybe it should not be in this class, should be in this other. Maybe this code you have duplicated and you can extract to a common place, and so on. So there's nothing specific on that, but the reviewers should tell you and should guide you on how to improve the code, and not only tell you, but also pointing you to resources where you can get some extra information on what they're trying to explain. So essentially, that's how it works. Okay, Mui? Okay, so yeah, well, this is quite common in Spain, where it's a quite popular brand, and they have these bottles. It's like probably their brand and image, just everyone knows about them. So yeah, completely off topic, but we can do that, no problem. Okay, so Lorenzo had a question. Okay, so Lorenzo, remember that you have always, when you put some code, you can use this plus button that is next to the box where you type your messages. If you click on that and you go to code or text snippet, it makes the code when you share it much more readable and easy to understand. Okay, so still let me see what you're asking about the SQL. Okay, let me check this. I cannot see anything that is obvious here. And still, something that I don't really understand is, you say that the error that you have is no such column, but why do you think the error is in this piece of code that you have shared? Because in this is an SQL statement that you run to create a table. And why would you have a no such column exception creating the table? I don't get that. So maybe can you copy and share the error log message from the logcat so I can see more details on where the problem can be? Okay, so in the meantime, I will go for next question. Okay, so we have a question by Susa Hodi. So she's asking that the image, when she adds the image, the app crashes with out of memory error. And yeah, so Susa, this error you're having is that probably the image that you are using is very big, probably. Okay, and that is kind of like 4 bits or something like this per pixel, or it's like there's a way to calculate, and then you need to see how well the dimensions of the image. If you have an image that is huge in resolution, yeah, you can get out of memory because the memory that you need to display the image is not available in your device. Okay, so I would say maybe we can do the same thing that I asked to Lorenzo, which is can you paste the logcat error message, and I'm sure it's complaining about the big image, and you should use a smaller image probably, which will be the solution. But still, if you want to share the details of the error message. Okay, so next we have Muir. Okay, so Muir question is okay, Muir. Yeah, I think what you are doing is very sensible. Ask the reviewers for you have the chance to write a note for the reviewer for some particular thing that you want feedback about, and if you are particularly interested into get feedback on how to improve your code, that makes sense for me. And obviously the reviewers are the best people to tell you, because it will require someone having a look at your code and being able to tell you something more concrete, more specific. Okay, checking the message by Lorenzo now. Okay, so yeah, that makes a bit more sense, Lorenzo. Now what this is saying is that your The error is on that selector statement. It's not on the creation of the table. Okay, and that makes a bit more sense. So let me check something here. Okay. That is. So I don't see anything obvious that I can point out. So Lorenzo, so this is a query method where you are trying to read what you have on the database. Before doing this, you not necessary, but I mean, just to check a bit something. Is the insert working? Just to get if we go in the right direction. So can you confirm that the insert is working at least? Okay. So we got Thorsten with a good solution for Lorenzo. Thank you very much. Cool. That's good. So any more questions? I don't know if Susa has heard my explanation. I wonder if she is actually on the streaming. So I've been waiting for her to confirm about that. So Susa seems not to be replying. Any questions? Okay, we have a couple of students typing at the moment, including Susa. Okay, yeah, Susa, please check the streaming, but I can probably repeat what I said. It's very brief. So let me check. The question again was, yeah. So probably you are loading up a huge image, and that requires a lot of memory. So if you paste the error log, I can have a more detail on what the error says, but I suspect that's the problem, and you will have to use a smaller image. Okay, so thanks, Maria, for dropping a message in Slack. So have someone more typing at the moment. Also, Susa, let me know if you need further help with that image. Okay, just giving some time for you to type new messages. Okay, so we have Hilda question. Okay, so question is, I'm noticing that the text is cutting off from the right side of the screen when there are multiple lines to display. So can you, when this in this text box where we write, there's this plus button on the left. You click there and click code or text snippet. Can you paste there your layout file XML, and I will have a look at it. I may have an idea on what's going on, but if I don't see the XML file, it can probably not be right. So yeah, please, Hilda, paste the XML file as a code snippet here, and I can have a look at it and give you some idea. Yeah, when you have time. So also Eva is typing now. Okay, some time to get some more information. Okay. So we had here the wow, this is a long XML file. Okay, it's gonna take this. I'm gonna take this to my Android Studio, so that makes it easier to check what's going on. Just give me a couple of minutes. I can try to figure out what's going on here. Okay. Okay. And the problem is, you said that which is the, let me check the previous message. But which edit test are we want to check here? Yeah, Hilda, which one is the edit test that you have problem with? Or does it happen in all of them? So I'm checking this now. Okay. On this description edit and then edit. Okay. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm missing a lot of things here because I don't have the dimensions, so I don't have the styles, I don't have the strings or any other things that are supposed to be retrieved from resources. So obviously I get a lot of errors here. It's gonna be difficult to get a clue on this. Can you maybe, Hilda, take a screenshot from the app, from the emulator or device or whatever, so I can see it better? As I said, the problem is that there are a lot of things there that I don't have. Okay, so I see you have said style. Okay. So yeah, please, Hilda, give me or paste. Try to take a screenshot. And I think that will be helpful. Okay, so in the meantime, coming to Eva. Okay, so if you had a null pointer exception. Okay. So your okay. Give me one second. I need to stop the streaming. I'm coming back in 1 minute. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Yes, need to do something very quickly. So checking this. Okay, in the meantime, Hilda, if you are running the emulator has a button that is like a camera. So you just click there and you take the screenshot. If you are running on the device, it's usually kind of power and volume down button at the same time, or if it's Samsung that they have a physical home button, is sometimes it's like home and volume down, or you can take the whole screenshot as well. That's okay. 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 So the problem is that your view is going outside of the screen. Okay, and that have to see if I can figure out why in the okay, your first table layout width is in wrap content, and that should be match parent. Okay, so let me paste the snippet here. Okay, so Hilda, I have just uploaded a snippet pointing out the line of code that you need to change. As you can see in the screenshot, the width of your view goes outside of the screen. So obviously the text is not visible. It's because there's no screen width enough. So change that and it should be fixed, I guess. If it's not, okay, is it still the same? Okay, so let me see if I can. Okay. Okay, so you have some linear layouts as well that are set to wrap content instead of being set to match parent, which you should do as well. So let me see if I can point out which exact line of code. Also, your table row items don't have a width, but it's weird. It's weird. So you have something that is probably breaking the layout. So is it still not fixed with that, Hilde? If it's not fixed with that, I will say you have your code on GitHub. If you have your code on GitHub, what I can do is I can clone your repository and have a look at it. Because as I said before, I cannot make the layout doesn't compile. I mean, it's an XML, it doesn't compile. I mean, but it's full of errors. So obviously, the rendering on the preview is not going to be good. And this is because I don't have all the things and resources like styles, text, colors, so all these kind of things that I mentioned. So please let me know if you have a GitHub repository that I can have a look at. Okay. So yes, so coming back to question by Eva. Okay. Okay, so my understanding, Eva, is that what happens is you have a find view by ID, and then that gets a reference to the XML object, so you get a Java object, okay? And if that's not found, that's going to be null. So I suspect that you have not given it the right ID. I mean, when you do find view by ID, you are using an ID that is not in the layout. Can you check that? Can you check that the ID that you are using for that field that is called item quantity is actually in the layout that you are inflating? Hilda, we can probably sort that out here today. So if you don't have your code on GitHub, well, first of all, you should. But if you don't have it now, or you have some issue with GitHub at the moment, what you can do is share the project and upload. You can, if you don't want to, you can upload it here directly in a private conversation. Up to you. But if you share the code, remember to remove the build folders, so the size of the zip file is reasonable. Okay. Eva, can you as a code snippet, can you paste and share your adapter class so I can have a look at it? I more or less have an idea on where the problem can be, but I will need to check the code, and probably I will be able to help you. Okay, so in the meantime, I'm going to check what Lorenzo had an error. Interesting error. Okay, I'm looking at this, Lorenzo. Give me some time to check. Okay. I think, Lorenzo, please have a look at this. I'm testing now in Stack Overflow. I think that that is probably the solution. Let me know in case it's not, okay? Checking the cursor that Lorenzo has uploaded. Okay, I'm reading the code, Lorenzo. Just trying to figure it out. Okay. Okay, I think Lorenzo, I think the problem is that in your line number 31, that column is not found So then the integer that you get there is -1, and then when you do the cursor to get a string of -1, obviously it cannot find that. So can you check what's the value of image count column index when you write it there? So yeah, please check that. It's line 30, 31. Yeah. So Lorenzo, yeah, please, you can put a breakpoint in that line and check what's the value of the of that. Or maybe if it's easier for you, you don't feel confident with debugging, you can just write a log message and check that. Okay. So in the meantime, I'm gonna check what was saying, was doing. Just checking your adapter class, Eva. So it was item quantity was the value that we were having issue with. So it's a null pointer. Okay. And if I'm checking this, just give me a few minutes. Okay, so can you share the complete error log so I can see if in which line is okay, the error item course adapted line 91. Okay, you have a lot of code in the bind view method, which is a bit crazy. Um, let's see. Yeah, look. I'm not sure on what's the cause of the error. I would say probably your folder should not be um, final. So you have the Eva, you have the code on GitHub. Can you send me share the repository? I will try to have a look at it on Under the Studio. Okay, so in the meantime, I'm gonna come back to Hilda. So I'm going to clone your repository. So Hilda, I'm cloning your repository, and let's see if this way I can get a clue on what's going on. working on it at the moment. Hilda. I'm working on this. I don't seem to be able to get why this happens. Maybe I found something. Yeah, looking at the code like this, a bit more tricky. There's definitely something weird here. I don't know what it is, but something weird here. It's a particular row in your layout that not good at all. This is, I really don't know what was going on here, Hilda. I'm trying to figure out. I believe the problem is in the email row. I don't get to make it work. So okay, so you seem to find a, but you don't have a linear layout, right? So where did you put the weight? Where did you put the layout weight, Hilda? The table layout, I don't like it very much, to be honest. I think you should do more like linear layouts, one after another. So yeah, okay. So let's go to the next thing now. Okay. So I think the next thing is Lorenzo, I think. Okay, so yeah, Lorenzo has the problem with the adapter. Okay. You said there is no value for the image column in the logcat, Lorenzo, but you need to write line to that writes the value in the logcat, Lorenzo. So you will have to write. Let me give you an example on that. Okay, so you go to product image is null. Okay. Just trying to understand this. You paste, Lorenzo. I really don't know, Lorenzo. With all this information, in which line is this breakpoint set? You set a breakpoint and you have upload the screenshot for that, but I don't know where is this breakpoint, in which point, in which moment, in which line of the adapter it is. Okay, so here the reason why the layout weight works in the table layout is that the table layout is child from the linear layout. Yeah, but the thing is, if you Lorenzo, if you put the breakpoint on the line 31, then you don't know what's the value of that line, of that variable. So what we are trying to see is on line 31, what's the value of image column index, which means that in order to get that value, you need to go one line after that. Okay, so you can put the breakpoint there, then go to the next line, pressing F8. So when you arrive to line 34, you can see what's the value of image column index. Okay. Because by that point, at that point, you have not executed the line of code. So what we want, Lorenzo, is to find out the value of image column index, which means that you will need to reach line 34, because otherwise the line 31 will not be executed, will not have been executed. Okay. So I think I have to check. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna check EVA project. As well. To check view holder issue. Okay, so I'm cloning it now, Eva. And in the meantime, let's see. Need to see if we can figure out why the holder is null. Okay, so I'm checking the view holder, and also I think we had some error log somewhere here. Maybe run this on the emulator. Okay, I'm trying to check this. Okay, Eva, maybe the example that you check is not the best, and that can be a problem. So It can be probably that, Eva. Yeah, I think that's the key on this, Eva. Maybe you can check this on a Stack Overflow, because it seems that you need to bind everything on the new view rather than on the bind view. Okay. Okay. So let's see if I have missed any question by any chance. Please let me know. So I was waiting for Lorenzo to check that value. Okay, so so now the next question is by Daria. She has a question about the images. Okay, so Daria, do you still need help with that? Okay, so just trying to check if Daria is still need to still check from this still needs help with the images. And in the meantime, I'm also waiting for Lorenzo just to review this issue he had as well. Okay, Daria, so you still need help. Fair enough, no problem. Can you be a bit more specific on what you need? What's the doubt? I'm asking this because I can go crazy explaining things, and maybe that's not what you're looking for. So just to focus a bit or narrow a bit down what you have in mind. Okay, so we've been now for an hour and a half in a row. Okay. I'm gonna take a 15 minutes break. Coming back at 5:45, and in the meantime, please drop your questions that I will explain you about the images when I read your feedback in 15 minutes. I hope by then also Lorenzo has checked what I asked him. Daria, you can drop your question now. You don't need to wait. So this way, when I come back, I can start with it straight away. Okay. So if any of you want to also take a break, it's a good moment, and I'll catch up with you in about 15 minutes time. Okay. Speak soon, guys. Okay, hello again. Hi everyone. Back on the streaming. I see some new messages here in Slack. So let's see. Okay. So Lorenzo, it seems like the log says that is -1. Okay. So that is the problem because it's not found. So let me see if I can check above. So I need to scroll up now to figure out where your code was. Yeah, it's here. So I will say you don't have a column with that name. So when you create a table, you have that column added there, because maybe you don't. Trying to scroll up to see if I can find some select a statement, which is the name of the field. It is column product image. This is so weird. Should be there, but I really don't know why it is -1, but so it doesn't find the column name. I really have no idea on why this can happen, Lorenzo. I'm a bit confused because your statement to create the table has that column, right? So that's very, very weird. So Lorenzo, you think you can share your code? I can maybe run it on my laptop, and maybe I can get some idea on that. Okay, so in the meantime, I'm going to check rest of questions. Okay. Okay, Muir, can you share the error message so we can see it? Okay, so in the meantime, why Lorenzo and also Muir get back to us, let's see what Daria wanted to ask about the image. Okay, so thanks, Moni, which is Monica Santos, who has helped Daria with her doubt in parallel. That's really, really good. Always help is welcome. So by now I'm waiting for Lorenzo to upload his project to GitHub, and I will see if importing it in my Android Studio I can get some clue of what's going on. We also have Muir, who is going to pay some error log, and Kio, Deeper are typing some questions at the moment. Okay, waiting some news from you guys. So we have a question by Deeper. It has something on the form. Okay, I don't have access to that, unfortunately, for some reason. It is interesting. Deeper, you have pasted a link to the forum, but it's not working for me, the link, sorry. So if you want to explain what the problem is, maybe I can help. Okay. Okay, Kio, you said you have a list view on item click listener, but when you click on the item, it doesn't go to the details page. Okay. So my question is, well, first, I'm assuming that the event is being consumed, which means that the method is actually called. If you can confirm that, that would be good. But so please confirm that. And assuming that you do you have a click listener on the bottom as well? Because there's also a button over there in the layout. So please let me know about that. Nice to know, Eva, that we found the problem. That was the FileViewer ID was not in the right place. That's really good. Okay, so the error log by Muir is okay. So trying to see Muir's problem. The code was a null pointer exception. when you try to increase the quantity in editor activity. And the error log here says okay, having a look at this now. Okay, so the error is in editor Java. Okay, muy. That's the line. Can you check that line and see what it does? And if you cannot figure out, I can have a look at it. But I can check the GitHub repo that you have pasted or shared before, but I will need to make sure that I'm looking at the right branch and everything. So is that mustard that I need to look at, or just to avoid some problems, look into a code that is not the right one? Oh, so yeah, so okay, so this is a different question. And we had another question somewhere here. Okay, yes, so we have Lorenzo. Question. So I'm going to clone your project. Okay, I'm cloning your project, Lorenzo. Compiling now. So while this compiles, I'm gonna check what else we have here. Okay, so in the meantime, Kio, can you confirm that the method is called, that code runs, is run? Okay. so I'm going to check the problem that Lorenzo had. Okay, so Lorenzo, can you refresh on how to reproduce this? Okay, so Muir has fixed his issue, which is good. So I need to save a product. I was saying, so okay, so I got the crash. Okay, I'm using master. Is that right, Lorenzo? Okay, working on the problem that Lorenzo had. Okay. Maybe I think they have an idea. Yeah, here it is. Lorenzo, in the activity, in the onCreate loader, the projection doesn't include that field. So then it's not coming from the database. You get what I mean? If you go to inventory activity on create loader, you set a projection and you get the ID, the name, the quantity, and the price, but you are not getting the image there. It's the image, the one that was the problem, right? Yeah. So the column is on the database, but in the projection that you have requested to get from the database, you have not included that column, which means that that column is not included in the cursor that you are receiving. Okay, does it make sense? Okay, so coming back to see which will be the next question. Okay, Kio. Okay, so I want to try to finish. No shame, Lorenzo. That's okay. We're here to learn. So let's see if I can, before going to the question from Deeper, let's see if I can finish this one from Kio. Yeah, I mean, Kio, what I meant is you paste the code above. Can you confirm that that code is rich? I mean, if you set a breakpoint there and you click on the item, that code should be run, which means that if you place a breakpoint, then the execution should stop there. Or if you prefer, you can set a log message in the to print something on the logcat. And if you get that print on the logcat, it means that the method has been actually called, which is what I want to confirm before going any further. Okay. Okay, so I think I'm going now with Deeper. So Deeper, who is Yanni, his question is, the problem is when he tries to edit dummy data, he sees all the data correct. Okay, so you mean, Deeper, that, Yanni, you mean that when you arrive to editor activity, the fields that are populated are not correct? Is that the problem? Just to clarify before going any further. Okay, so Kia, I thought that was going to be the answer. So my understanding is you have a two-click listener things. So one is you have the list view, and the list view has set on item click listener, which is the one that is not working. Then for every row of the list, you have a button, and that button has on click listener. Is that button set focus to false? So so it is. Okay, so then I will need to check the code. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna check Yanni's repository. Just try to see the. Yanni, can you confirm that I should check the code in master, just to make sure again that I'm not having a look at the wrong branch. Okay. Instead, let's see. Yeah, master. Okay. And I'm assuming I should check editor activity. And I wonder what is fish here, uh, mm, Yanni? What is fish? Yeah, I mean you have something called fish in your code. You have fish entry. Is this your product or what is this? It's like I see this is a bit strange. Just trying to understand. Um, can clone in your repository, Yanni. Okay, so trying to check now this uh, Yanni. So I'm gonna run the app now in the emulator. Okay, so just to confirm, Yanni, before I go any further with this, and to know that we are on the same line. Um, so the idea is that if I add an item to the database and then I go to edit, uh, it's not going to be correct, those two fields, the quantity and the price. Okay, yeah, I see that. I can replicate that with the dummy data. So let's see. Um, okay. Okay, so I'm checking the load finish. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, I may have a clue on what's going on. Let me run the app now with some change. Okay. Okay, I'm on it, Yanni. Almost there. So let's see who else is waiting. I think only Kyo is waiting. So I see someone new joining. So just gonna share this. Okay. It's interesting. Why is set to 0? Oh yeah, I can see can see the error now, Yanni. So what's going on is that you're trying to read the price and the quantity of the column. You're trying to read them using the fish name, right? So the fish name, which in this case I believe is Toto, is transformed to an integer, which is 0, because it's not an integer, it's a text. Okay, and then that happens. So you need to think that essentially the cursor that you are trying to get, well, it's not the same exactly, but logic is similar. But okay. So for now, let's just say you need to do fish entry that the price, whatever, and fish entry quantity there. Okay, no problem, no worries. You know how to progress now, and that's why we are here for. Okay, to help you to sort out these blockers that you may get and get you confused. Okay, so I think I'm coming back to Kio if I'm not missing anyone before. Okay, so Kio, you said that. Okay, so then I think what I will have to do is to check your GitHub repository. Did you, Kio, paste your GitHub here? Or, okay, so okay, I will have to check to have a look at the code, Kio. So I believe you have not shared your repo yet. I'm scrolling to see, but I cannot find it. So can you please share it, and I will have a look at the code. Okay, awesome. Okay, so Muir, there are two main things to get your loader working. So the problem that you have, Muir, is that you have the you'll update the database from the editor activity. Okay, you want to have the loader in the main activity in your list be notified that that has changed. Okay, so there are two key things that you need to check. Okay, one is you need to set the notify in the content resolver. Okay, and sorry, in the content provider. And the other thing that you need to do is to swap the new cursor in the onload finish in your activity. Okay, so if you check. Let's see. I'm gonna show you, point you to the pets activity, to the pets project example. Okay, so the two key things that you need to check are the following, and I will tell you in a second. Okay. So one of them is in your pet provider that you may have something similar to this. Okay, so first, okay, so I was saying, Muir, if you, considering as a reference the pet project, okay, we have a line of code which is similar to that in the pet provider. That's one of the key things that you need. So otherwise, your loader is not going to be notified. Okay. The other key thing that you need to have a look at is on your activity. I don't know how you have called it, but in the it's catalog activity on you have this other thing. Okay, so the first one allows the cursor to be notified when there's a change, and the second one replaces the cursor with a new one, and then your list should be updated. Have a look at that. Try to check the pets project. The pets project is really very similar to what you have to do, and I will advise to always have it like open at the same time so you can check and compare a bit on what you're doing and what is being done there, because it's very similar to what you need to do. Okay, so have a look at that and let me know if you have any issues with that. Okay, so now I'm coming back to Kio, and I'm gonna check his repository. So this has been a quite intense session. I'm not getting bored. That's good. So. Okay. Kio, can you confirm that I'm doing the right thing if I look to the master branch? I believe so, because it had been updated a few minutes ago, but still, if you can confirm, that would be much better. Okay, so let me check the code now, and I need to refresh my memory on what the problem was. Okay. Okay, so let me read again, scroll up and read again the problem. Oh, okay, it's in the main activity and on item click listener. Okay, I get what we have to do. It's going to start by running the app in the emulator. Okay. Okay. By the way, Kio, I'm running your app. Your floating action button is exactly on the corner, and it should be some separation that I believe is 16 dp according to the guidelines. Not 100% sure, but it should be 16 dp on margin head and 16 dp on margin bottom. Okay, so there's not so much in the corner. Okay, so okay, this has crashed. So okay. Okay, let's see something to start with. The detail activity is crashing here, which is a different problem that because the problem that you said was on the main activity when you had the list. So that's the problem. I cannot add a new inventory product because when I try to open the detail activity, why does it try to open detail activity? When I click on the floating action button, it takes me to detail activity. Why does it take you to detail activity? This doesn't make sense. Okay. Okay, so I'm a bit confused. So it doesn't make sense. So first thing is it crashes. When I click the floating action button, it crashes. That's one thing. But there's another thing is that when you click on the floating action button, you're trying to open detail activity. Okay, and you use detail activity both for edit for showing the thing. Okay, that makes sense. But then, okay. I think I get what you're doing. Okay. So the crash is in line 69. Okay. I think. So Kio, can you check detail activity line 69? You are casting a touch listener to an on-click listener, but that is not going to work. Yeah, but those lines that you have told me to comment out, I can comment them out, that's okay. But the thing is that you are setting an on-touch listener, you're trying to cast that on-touch listener to an on-click listener, but that is not going to work. It's not possible to cast the touch listener to on-click listener, because they are two different listeners. Okay, so did you get what I'm saying? Okay, now it works. Okay, I'm gonna say. Okay. Okay. Oh, you've updated. Okay, so let me pull. Um, Also, master. I'm assuming. I don't see any updates in the repo, Kio. I'm fetching. Have you pushed? I don't think you have pushed because I cannot see the changes in master. Okay, I can see the change now. So let me pull. Got the reference. That's the reference. Fuck it. Okay. Okay, seems my Git is behaving in a bit weird way. I had to close my Android Studio and open it again. I don't know what's happening with Git now. Okay. So now I get the latest code. Yeah. I noticed about the add button. I will probably recommend you should change that, but okay, for now it works. So don't worry. Uh, okay. Okay. So now I can see this main activity. Mhm. Okay. I'm going for a break now. Okay, I think it's my time, and then we'll continue up to until 8 o'clock. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're back on the streaming. Okay. So I'm going to try to finish with the problem that Guido had. Let's see if I can figure out why is this list view not being called at all. So probably the button. Excuse me. So okay, I think I have an idea on what can be causing this. I need to test something. Yeah. Okay. 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 I have progress on that, but there's another error now, which is interesting. Okay. Okay. So, Kiyo, if you comment the button on your layout, you remove it from your layout, that button, then the on-item click listener works properly. So I'm gonna check what happens if I add the listener for the button. The problem is that you have another error which is completely different when you query the DB that I will explain now in a second. Okay. Oh, yeah, of course. The sale button should not be here. Okay, Guido. There's So, Kio, so if you go to, let me tell you which exact place of your code. If you go to list XML, list item XML, which is the layout for each individual row in your list view, if you comment out the sale button, then the on-item click listener works. Okay. So I'm gonna try something else. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So the problem, as I more or less was imagining, Kia, is uh, because you have a button that is clickable inside your layout that is touchable, or well, is clickable as an item in the linear layout, that is probably causing the error. Is probably consuming the click event somehow. So what you have to do is on your let me tell you exactly, on your list item in your sale button, what you need is to add this that I'm pasting now. Okay, so this way the button will not consume the click event. That said, the app crashes, but the app crashes for a completely different problem that probably is related to the fact that you have been modifying, commenting things here and there, and it's more database related. Okay, so what I will suggest is add that focusable false to the button, and then the click listener will work, but you will have a crash, and then you will have to check why that crash is happening. If later on when you check that, yes, sale is still clickable, I'm assuming. Let me confirm. Yeah, it seems to be clickable, but you will have to put the click listener on the adapter, on the cursor adapter. Okay, so so have a look at that, and then just well, if you get stuck on fixing the next crash, just let me know. Something I wanted to mention before leaving you with that is you have created a class, and you have given the name that you have given to the class is cursor adapter. And well, that's a bit weird. I mean, you can do it. Okay, and the code works, the code compiles. But you should create a class with a different name, right? Because a cursor adapter is something in the system. Okay, something that we know what it is, and it's a class that you will stem from. And it's a bit weird that you create a class called cursor adapter that stems from a class called cursor adapter, right? So what I'm trying to say, Kiyo, is that you have a class, and the name of the class is cursor adapter, and your cursor adapter stems from cursor adapter, which is a different cursor adapter that is in a different package, but it's a bit weird. You may want to call it product list cursor adapter, or product cursor adapter, or custom cursor adapter. I don't know. Just because in the way of speaking and verbalizing the code, if I try to explain you the cursor adapter, I need to clarify which cursor adapter I'm referring to, and it's a bit weird. It's a bit strange. Okay, so maybe custom cursor adapter or something like this, it probably work better. Okay, so now coming back, scrolling up a bit to see where so Muir has one more issue. Okay, so I'm trying to see what Muir is saying. Okay, so yeah, Muir, yeah, I think for this case, probably not going to check the code in detail, not in the GitHub, but uh, well, first we'll need to check if you are actually receiving data, which probably you are. Well, you are receiving data because you have an item on the list. The cursor has one entry. Um, because I'm assuming that that's not a header, right? Or is it? Can you confirm that? Is that I see on the image where it says item name, quantity, and price? Is that a row in your list, or is a header of the list? Because I believe you were trying to put a header before, and I wanted to make sure about that before um, for anything. So okay. So in the meantime, Lorenzo is having some issue with his image. Kiyo, no, I was speaking about the class that is named cursor adapter. You have in mm, let me type C. Just typing some notes from for Kiyo. Okay. So coming back to this, so Mui was saying it's not a header; it's the first item on the list. So can you check, Mui, that your cursor has the data? I mean, what you will have to do is go to the adapter, and in the adapter you have the on-bind view, and the on-bind view is where you are reading the content of that line and where you are populating the views, right? So can you check that the cursor actually has the data, and then see if it has, then we will see why it's not putting it in place. Okay. Okay, so in the meantime, going for Lorenzo's question. Okay, so Let's see. Lorenzo, is your code updated in GitHub? Is your code updated in GitHub? Just to check it on master. Please confirm. Okay. Okay. I'm checking this. So we are saying this. So Vicenza is asking to get my contact in case they have doubt for habit tracker. So okay, so yeah, why the image? No, it's not that the image URI is null from Lorenzo. Or, let me check if maybe I misunderstood, but it's not that the image is null. The URI is that the image view is not defined. It's not it's null. So it seems that product image is null. Exactly. Product image is null because it cannot be found in the layout. So that's a bit strange, but let's say yeah, exactly. So your layout doesn't have a an item which is called product image. And that should crash actually before arriving to the place where you trying to. So let me type it here, Lorenzo. Actually, it doesn't have an image view. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I think okay, so yeah, Lorenzo, have a look at that. I think I'm not missing any question from anyone at the moment. I'm gonna just reply to Vincenzo. So yeah, okay. Okay, so I think doesn't seem to have to be more questions at the moment. I believe I have not skipped any of your questions. If I have missed, because there are so many questions and I have to scroll up and down to follow up all the things that you are testing here. So I believe I have not missed anything, but if I have, please let me know. Okay, so no more questions, guys. Vincenzo, do you have any question at the moment? Okay, it seems like there's a number of you writing at the same time. Good, Murid. Yeah, I could imagine that it was a consequence of changes and comment something here or there that has created this issue. But I'm happy to see that that you managed to sort it out. So Lorenzo, thanks for your kind words. Enjoy your pizza time. Take some rest, and I hope I see you tomorrow. It would be really nice if we could get that project submitted tomorrow. Okay, so I will be here tomorrow. Remember that we start at 11 tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, Yanni. The next session is tomorrow morning, starting at 11. I'm not completely sure if it's 11 to 2 or 11 to 3. I need to find out, but we will start at 11 definitely. Okay, so yeah, still we have 30 more minutes if you have any questions. So you still have 30 minutes left. You are saying all of you goodbye? Come on. If you all leave, what am I gonna do? I was just saying goodbye to Lorenzo because he said he was leaving, and he said, "See you tomorrow." So, but I'm staying here for 30 more minutes if you have questions. Okay, so we have Lorenzo going for pizza and Yanni going for fish tonight. That's good. Enjoy your dinner, guys. I will be going shortly as well. But for now, what about the rest of you? You stuck with anything you think I can help with? Okay. I see. I see. Muir is also going for dinner. Good. Maybe you are obviously in a different time zone, and it's later for you, which I understand. Um, Okay, so Lau Archip is joining the conversation. Lau has just started his project. So I hope that you can join us tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow morning you have some questions now. Remember that you can watch the streaming as well. It's available. Okay, it seems this is very quiet now. Well, obviously, if no one has questions for a few minutes, we may finish a few minutes earlier. But for now, let's wait. Okay, so now, not sure if I understand the question. So you want to, my understanding is that you are not using GitHub yet, and you want to. Is that correct? Okay, so well, first of all, you will need to create a GitHub account. Okay, so register, and you will have to create a repository there too. So something that you can do, the easiest way will be, first thing, GitHub account. Okay, and the second thing is, if you go to the menu on the top and go to BCS, there will be some option that I will need to make a new project to check, because obviously I don't have that option appearing here, but it will be something like share on GitHub or export to GitHub or something like that. It's not visible in my menu because my projects are already there, but I can create a new dummy project. I can show you. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen. I have created a dummy project, just brand new. Okay, so okay. Thought maybe you needed some some explanation on how to use GitHub. Or, okay, so waiting for some more questions. I believe most of the students who were active here have at least 3 or 4 of you have left for dinner already. So still there are a few people connected to the streaming, which I assume Lau, Thorsten, and probably someone more. Maybe Daria, maybe. Okay, so this is starting to be extremely quiet. I wonder if my colleagues in other projects are quiet as well. Okay, so not much people here by now. Okay, so it's 20 minutes. So, Torsten, I think you have had you have helped a bit with some interesting comments earlier today. So, have you actually submitted and finished the project yet, or you are are you still working on it? Yes, just curiosity, because I see it seems like you are quite confident on what you are sharing, and you have not really asked anything during the day. Okay, nice. And you get the if you completed on Tuesday, you probably got the code review yet, or didn't you? Okay, I'm having a look on GitHub now, Torsten. Good. Congratulations. Then, well, obviously you still need to get the certificate, but it's just a matter of days. So congratulations on having passed all the projects. Well done. So I will comment something or mention something on what I see in a extremely high level. Okay, in your code is you have a package for data, and then you have the rest of the classes there, and maybe you should have some of the package. I don't know exactly. I don't have any particular suggestion, but maybe you should start to. You have like 2, 4, 6, 8 classes, and there are different things because one is they're like you have activities, you have product that I assume that is. I'm checking now, but this is an observable thing, which is completely different. Then you have some config and monitor things. I have not checked the details of those classes, but maybe you want to start structuring a bit more your code. So you have some things that are related in a package, some other things that are related in a package in another package, instead of having those 8 things in the same package. Just as a organizing and structuring a bit of the code. Yeah, good. That's okay. Okay, I can see, for example, if you are okay with some feedback, I can see the product class. So in your product class, you have some variables, like you have a variable called ID. You have, which is a field, it's a member variable. You have, for example, a method that is set price that has a parameter which is a string called p. This is not very good. Okay, so and let me explain why. The names of things need to be meaningful. Okay, p as a single letter is not meaningful at all. Okay, also p is your variables should have at least three letters. Okay, they should not be less than 3 letters. Even ID, which is quite descriptive by itself, is meaningful. It has only 2 letters. So I usually try to say the item ID. Just because when you search, when you do Control F, if you do Control FP, you are searching for one character, and that's crazy. Okay, so that would be my advice on a way to improve the code that you have there. Try to make variables at least 3 letters. Okay. Yeah, but being a lazy dev has a cost, and the cost is that tomorrow there will be something that should be simple and is going to be much more complex than what it should. Okay, so the effort that you are not doing today will come with a bill to pay you for that as a consequence, delay of tomorrow. Yeah, but still, P is only used in the context of that setter, but still, P is not meaningful. Okay, P doesn't mean anything. There's two different things. One is if you could do Control F and you search for P, it's a problem. Okay, you can have 1,000 P's on your class or in your code. And the other thing is meaningful. You need to write the code for whoever is coming next and read the code. And that someone that will come next to read the code in the future can be yourself. I mean, it's going to happen that in 6 months' time, yeah, that's what I meant, that your code will bite you someday. I mean, you writing a code with a variable that is P, it's called P, and in 6 months' time, you will come back to see this code because you're going to modify something. You're going to have some changes in your code. That's completely normal. Okay, and you're going to wonder, why did I do here? I mean, what is this? And it's some code that you have written yourself. Okay, so now imagine if you're working as a software developer and you are reading code that is not written by yourself, it's written by one of your colleagues, and maybe that colleague is not even working in the company anymore, so you cannot even ask that guy. Okay, and the thing is that let me ask you something very quickly. What do you think that is the task that a software developer does for longer time? I mean, if you would say, what do you think a software developer does the most? Do you think that writing code is the task that takes most of the time? Can it be maybe refactoring? Can it be maybe testing? Can it be maybe debugging? Which task can you imagine is the one that you're going to spend more time on doing? What do you think, Dostan? I think Daria is typing. I don't know if she wants to join the conversation or she's coming with a completely different thing. But my question was, which task takes the most of the time of a software developer? Okay, so Thorsten has said refactoring. Okay, so I'm waiting to see. There are a couple more people typing. Okay, so investigating the code and reading it. That's what Daria has said. And I think there was another person typing. So it's gonna wait 1 minute, and with this we can close the thing. We can close the streaming shortly. So, well, whoever was typing is not typing anymore. So this is something interesting because, okay, the thing that a software developer does during more hours during the day is reading code. Okay, why? Because while you are writing code, you are reading the code that you're writing. If you need to fix a bug, you need to read that area of the code where the bug is. And if you are debugging, well, you're definitely reading that part of the code where you are debugging. And if you are testing, you are, it's all this, so reading code is what you're going to do the most. You will be doing other things, but as a side, let's say, consequence, you will have to read that code. Okay, so it's important that when you write a code, you write code that is meaningful, that is easy to read, that is easy to understand. Okay, if you have a variable and the name of the variable has nothing to do with what the variable is, if you have a method and the name of the method has nothing to do or doesn't express properly what the method actually does, then that's not good, because then you cannot read, and it's not like we cannot pretend to read the code as if we were reading a novel, okay, or a newspaper. It's not going to be like that. But if we read some things that make us think that naturally this is obviously this method with this name is obviously doing this, and then you go and you have a problem and you lose a lot of time because there's something wrong there, and then you find out that this so the method is not doing that because the name is just doesn't make sense, right? So a variable which name is p can make sense to you in the moment that you write that, but in the moment that you read that 3 days later or 6 months later, it doesn't make sense. Okay, imagine you have a method that is, I don't know, save save object or save image. Well, if the method is not saving an image, then that can only create problems. Okay, and that's, as you said, Thorsten, when I said, you mean that my code is going to bite me someday? Yeah, if you don't write the code in a reasonable way, then the laziness of not writing the code properly is something that you're going to have to pay a consequence for in the future, when you struggle to find out what this code is doing because you were lazy before, right? So I hope it makes sense. For me, it does, and for many people. Okay, there's actually one quote. I can. So this is a quote by Martin Fowler. Okay. So I'm going to close the streaming today with this quote from Martin Fowler. And the quote says, "Any fool can write code that a computer can understand. Good programmers write code that humans can understand." Okay, and that's the key. Okay, you need to, when you write code, you need to keep in mind what's going to happen when other person reads this code. Okay, it's more the philosophy of, I'm not writing the code for the machine, I'm not writing the code for the company, I'm not writing the code for me, I'm not writing the code for the client. The code that I'm writing is for the next person, whoever he or she is, who is going to come and read and deal with this code in the future. Okay, and that makes a lot more sense, and it's more like professional approach to writing code. Okay. So I think with this we can close. It's just 3 minutes to 8. We have had some extra time without questions to speak about something a bit different that can be nice to have into account for the future. I would say it has been a pleasure. It's been a really nice session. one of my main concerns when I have a session that is if I don't have questions, if I'm here in front of the camera and no one comes with anything that I could help with, and what if I'm staying here for 2 hours or 4 hours just doing nothing? So thank you very much for joining the hackathon. Hopefully see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. for the next session. And hopefully some of you who are here, or those who have left some time before, can submit this final project of the nanodegree maybe by the end of tomorrow. It will be really, really nice. So, as I said, thank you very much, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.